What's up? How is everybody doing today? It is Sunday, and happy Sunday to everybody. We are joined here with Harrison, and we have Glenn Mason with us today.
Let's going.
How y'all doing?
Hey, thanks for having me. I'm doing well.
Glad to have you. So, we are going to be talking a little bit about some mental health stuff and some of the stuff that you do in that area. So, tell us a little bit about what you do.
Yeah, so I do a lot. So I since I was 18, I've been mechanic in steel mills, factories, whatnot. I was a millwright for a while. So just doing pretty grueling industrial work, traveling all over the country, working in steel mills. And then one day I'm like, oh, I hate this. I don't want to do this anymore. So I quit. And for 5 months, I was a full-time volunteer crisis chaplain for industrial work. Um, and then I just recently, a few months ago, got a job as a peer support specialist with my region's health department. So I have a long history of addiction and um, use, drug misuse, and I'm 3.5 years clean now. And yeah, my whole job now is to thank you. My whole job now is to just help people who are going through that now.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
There's a lot of people that struggle with mental health issues, addiction, suicidal tendencies, a lot of that stuff. I've known a lot of people over the years that deal with it. Um, I have family members that have dealt with it for most of their lives. And it's a real thing. A lot of people don't realize that mental health is a real thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I know when I was pretty deep into use, I have some friends. Harrison, I'm sure you were probably one of them at some point that I called up at 2 in the morning crying because I was like, I just need to kill myself. Like, there's nothing for me. This is awful. Um,
Yeah, I've had those
yeah, that was
conversations
a
with a lot of our friend group.
yeah, that's pretty common to me at the time. I know we have a buddy Big who I think is watching now. Who I know I've called him up plenty of times at 2 in the morning, drunk off my ass, just being like, "Man, I just need to end it. I just need to end it." And he's like, "Man, just sleep, just sleep." um, but yeah, no, mental health is absolutely like absolutely a real thing, and anybody who pretends that it's not is putting on a show or are the most lucky people on the face of the earth.
Oh, absolutely. I think just like most things, there's two types of people in it. There's people that are going through it, people that lie about it.
Yeah.
I like that. Yeah.
So, 3 years sober, 3.5 years sober. You said
Yeah.
that is
Let me
that's a
check my
major.
tattoo. November 10th, 22.
November 22. That's a big feat. I mean, making it a year is a big goal. Making it 3 years, uh, that's really big.
Thank you. I'm setting for life. I was doing drugs, drinking, smoking, which I don't think there's I'm not going to talk about morality around that stuff, but I just know it's not for me. I think,
Yeah,
personally, I think weed is great. I think weed does a lot of good for people. I can't do it. I am not somebody who can handle it. Um, so I don't think there's moral. Well, first off, addiction is not a moral issue at all. It's not. That's a misnomer spread by the church um, to make people believe that. And I'm not saying anything bad about Christianity in general. I just know that everybody can agree that there are some groups who do it wrong, and the shame that they put around addiction and alcoholism is brutal. Um, I lost my point. Sorry. Um,
It's not so
yeah,
much a morality thing; it's a chemical thing.
yeah. But yeah, so I was doing all that stuff, and I'm just like I want to be done with it. I was tired of the shame waking up every day, and so yeah, I quit alcohol, I quit smoking, I quit drugs, I quit caffeine. Um, yeah, and it was some of the hardest shit I've done in my entire life. The first 3 months after I quit drinking were the three darkest months of my whole life. I'm surprised I survived it, but I gained 50 pounds within, because Harrison, I'm sure you remember me when I was drinking. I was about 130 pounds, 6 foot, 130 pounds, and now I'm
Baby
about
wet
185.
130.
Yeah. I mean, I was like, my wrist was about that big around.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah. I was in a dark place. I didn't want to be there anymore, and I count myself very lucky that I was able to get out of it, because I know a lot of people who have tried. The average amount of times that it takes somebody for secondary treatment, being that's rehab, meeting with peer support. The average number of attempts to quit is 7. That's the average. So the average of 7 rehabs or rehab visits.
Yeah.
So I count myself very lucky. I know people, I work with people who have been 14, 15, 20, 27 times in secondary recovery, so rehab or something like that.
Right.
Yeah, I personally never struggled with any type of heart addictions like drugs or alcohol or anything like that. I was a drinker for a long time, uh, but I was never dependent on it. I was never an alcoholic. I enjoyed drinking when I would go out and I was in a bar 7 nights a week because I always had something going on in a bar. I worked as a DJ, I was in bands, I played on pool leagues. I played on dart leagues. I was always in a bar doing something, so I was always drinking with the people that I was with. And when it came down to when I wasn't around other people, I didn't have to drink. I was never dependent on it. And uh, it was about 2 years ago, I just completely gave up drinking altogether. And I didn't drink for a whole year. And then I was offered a drink one night, and I was like, well, I haven't drank in a year. And I drank a beer with my in laws. And now, every once in a while, and it's usually about once every 2 months, I might drink 1 or 2 beers going out and hanging out. But that's the extent of my drinking. My addiction is nicotine.
Yeah, that is
I
that
have
is
tried putting that one down several times, and it just doesn't work.
that is allegedly the hardest drug to quit. Like,
I've
even over heroin, coke, meth.
I've been told that the withdrawals coming off of nicotine are just as bad as heroin withdrawals.
I don't know enough about that. I know the meth come down. That's of legends. The withdrawal from meth is pretty horrendous. But the withdrawal from smoking, when I quit smoking, yeah, that was bad.
Yeah, when I start getting low, I start telling people I'm about this many cigarettes away from committing a felony. But yeah, I never really struggled with any of the alcohol and hard drugs. I I'm scared of needles, so I've never put anything in my body with needles. Now, I say I'm scared of needles, but I have a lot of tattoos and I've had a lot of piercings, but actual getting a shot I do not like. And I've always been scared to put anything up my nose, so I've never been into like doing coke or anything like that. And I've always been terrified of being addicted to a substance. So that fear has kind of kept me away from really trying any of the harder drugs. I've smoked pot, and I think everybody has. So
Yeah.
I don't see a big problem with that, but I'm not a pot smoker either. It's just a expensive way for me to get hungry and take a nap. And I don't need to get hungry. I stay hungry enough without it.
You take a nap, especially when you smoke the wrong stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I smoked some stuff one time. I was drooling on myself for about 12 hours.
We're sitting here trying to talk and have a conversation. He's just like, "You ready to go to bed, aren't you?" Yeah.
Man, okay, I've got two sidebars. One, so the THC nowadays, that is no fucking joke. Have you ever heard of anybody having withdrawals from smoking weed?
No.
No, yeah. No, like we when I was a kid, we used to joke about it, right?
Yep.
The THC content and what's out there today has made THC withdrawals a real thing because of the potency of it. So you can
Really?
actually have legitimate withdrawals from stopping smoking weed because of the THC content in it.
Wow.
Yeah, it's no joke. And again, I'm not saying anything bad about weed. Like I think it does a lot of good for a lot of people. But
I mean,
also,
there
holy
are a lot
shit.
of mental issues that marijuana can help with.
Yeah.
And I could go right now because of a lot of the problems that I have, and I could get a medical marijuana card. I could probably get full disability. I don't want either one of them because I run a business. And if I do that, I would have to give up my business.
Yeah. My other sidebar is I have 20 tattoos and a bunch of piercings, and I'm horrified of needles. And anytime someone goes to give me a shot or take my blood or something, I'm like, just do it, just do it, just do it. They're like, you're
Yep.
covered in tattoos. I'm like, yeah, it's different. It's different.
Yep.
You're not sticking something all the way into me. You are just perforating 8 layers of skin. That's it.
Yeah, repeatedly, and keep it coming.
Yeah. It feels like a sunburn. It doesn't feel like somebody just stabbed me.
Yeah.
Tattoos for me help me relax and fall asleep. My whole back, when I got that done, I was reading a book and fell asleep in the chair. So relaxing.
When I got my back done, I was watching Pink Floyd. The Wall.
That tracks.
That was back in 1996. That was when I got my tattoo.
I don't have my back done, but there's this line right here. That line was one of the worst experiences of my life. Right on the sternum.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I was 18 and I'm like, oh yeah, this Devil Wears Prada tattoo. I'll never age out of that. Get a whole chest piece for a metalcore band from 2003.
Yeah, I've got one half of my chest done, and
Oh,
it's
nice.
actually it's the side of my chest that my heart would lean toward. I know your heart isn't on one side; it's kind of centered, but it's centered off to the left side. But I have my daughter's name tattooed on my chest right there.
That's cool.
So, and that tattoo, I was actually, I was leaned back in a chair. I was talking to my girlfriend that was sitting there with me at the time. I was eating pizza, and I just didn't have any problems whatsoever. Same thing, I got my neck tattooed, and when I got my neck tattooed, I was just sitting there having a conversation the whole time, and everybody was like, when I said I wanted it on my neck, they were like, "That's going to be painful," and I was like, "No." My neck has been sunburnt so many times. I am a permanent redneck.
Man, I fucking hate you guys. I'm a bitch with tattoos. I am. Sorry, that's not what I came on here to talk about, but I am with tattoos. I'm like my wife will get a tattoo and she'll be reading a book and she's like, "Oh, I didn't notice you were done." Like I'm just like,
And I've been with people that were like that. I was 18 and I had a friend of mine that lived with me, and my cousin, he did tattoos, and he came to my house and he did a tattoo on my arm, and he did one on like my upper arm, and he did one on my forearm. And I had a friend and he was like, "I want a tattoo on my stomach." And the guy was like, "It's gonna hurt." And he was like, "I can take it." And he was like this wannabe thug, looked like Eminem. And he was like, "I can take it." So he lays back in the chair, and my cousin started tattooing him, and he was crying. And he literally said, "I'm a bitch. I can't take it."
Yeah, I felt that, but I never said it out loud.
See, nowadays you can ask and they'll give you a numbing cream to put on the skin before they tattoo now.
Yeah, but one of the problems with that is it relaxes the skin to where when you try to pull it to tattoo,
Yeah.
it doesn't stretch the way that it's
I mean,
supposed to.
I enjoy the needle therapy, but at the same time, I don't feel it when they put IVs on my arm, so
Yeah,
I'll
I
sit there
hate
and watch it. Like, feel a pinch. I look at him like, bet you I won't.
whenever I've had to get an IV. The last time I went in to get an IV, they told me that my veins kept rolling and they couldn't find the vein, and that was when I had my motorcycle accident.
You know, every time I go in, they're like, which arm? I'm like, pick. You can see the veins in both of them. They're like, well, you'll feel a pinch. No, I won't.
Yeah, I wasn't even a big guy at the time when that happened. I think I weighed probably about 200 pounds at the time. 6'1", 200 pounds, and I was kind of stocky. My arms were defined and you could see the veins, but they said my veins kept rolling every time they tried to put the needle in.
What do you mean rolling?
Like, so when they try to put the needle in, your veins move. They call it rolling. It usually happens when
I've
you're
never heard that
dehydrated.
before. Huh.
Yep, mine do it a lot when I get dehydrated from work and I go in because I need to have IVs because I've got heat exhaustion.
Yeah, I originally, when I had the motorcycle accident, I wasn't even going to go to the hospital. I picked the bike up after I laid it down doing 60 mile an hour and got back on the bike and I rode it home. And I was living with my mom at the time. And I pulled the bike into the front yard, put the kickstand down, walked inside, and I was in full leather. It was in the middle of January in North Carolina. And I started trying to take my leather jacket off and I was like, can you help me? And she was like, what's all of this all over your jacket? And I said, I just wrecked my bike. And she was like, it's all scarred up all over your jacket. I said, you should see the helmet. It busted the face mask on the helmet when I hit the ground.
Oh shit.
And my belt had road rash on it. My chaps had road rash. My gloves had a hole burned through them. And I said, I'm going to sit down and relax. And I sat down on the couch. And about 30 minutes later, I felt my shoulder. And I went to go rub it. And I felt it move. And I was like, go on ahead and call an ambulance. I got a broken collarbone at least. And when they
Jesus.
got there, I had a broken collarbone. And my ribs were busted.
Shit.
So, and that was a really fun experience, let me tell you, because after I got out of the hospital, I wasn't able to pay child support. And they called me into court because I wasn't able to pay child support. And they sent me to jail for 2 months because I physically couldn't work to make the money for my child support. And then when I got to jail, they put me on the top bunk with a broken collarbone.
What the fuck? That's on purpose, assholes.
But I was like, this is fun. I had a motorcycle accident. I have a doctor's excuse here. I'm in a sling. I'm bandaged up. I physically cannot work. And they were like, well, you got to find some way to get that money.
Good old
Yeah, but when
justice
you sell
system,
drugs, they get mad at you.
Yeah.
right? Good old justice system.
Yep. So even when I was paying child support, I had a job at one time and they were taking child support directly out of my check. And the sheriff showed up at my work with a warrant for back child support. And I was like, they take the child support directly out of my check, plus an extra $50 a month to go towards the arrears. And they were like, oh, you need to pay all of the arrears. And I was like, you need to kiss my whole ass. But I had a conversation with the child support agency after I got out of jail. And I told them, because there was a lot of times they'd take my entire paycheck for child support. And I called them up one day after they had taken my entire check. And I was like, how do you expect me to survive? I can't pay my rent. I can't pay my bills. I can't even afford food. But y'all make sure you get every penny out of my check to go towards my child support and my back child support. How am I supposed to survive? And they were like, well, you're still getting behind because you're not paying it in full. And I'm like, you're taking my entire check. It's all the money that I make. You need to reduce my child support. And they were like, no, we base your child support on how much you made. And I said, yeah, how much I did make. And I changed jobs and I don't make as much as I used to. And they were like, oh, you made that much money before. You can make that much money again. I said, well, here's a solution. How about I put a bullet in my head and then nobody gets any money? And they lowered my child support after that.
Oh shit.
They decided some money was better than no money. Okay, now that we got way off topic.
I was gonna say that leads into the topic pretty well.
But I never would have actually put a bullet in my head. I said that to them because I was pissed off, and it was more for the reaction, and I got the reaction I wanted out of it.
Yeah, it's a hell of a response to reaction there, bud.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you do work with the chaplain and stuff like that now.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm a crisis chaplain, and I work with some different industrial groups. I was told not to say specifically what it was because I don't want to
Right.
bring up the organization. I was asked not to talk about the organization specifically. So I do work with an industrial group as a crisis chaplain. So group of people, somebody in their crew were to die or they witness something horrible or traumatic. I go out and I talk to anybody who witnessed it.
Yeah.
And the process that we do is it's really interesting. So it's called a critical incident stress management, or CISM, and it's based out of World War One, because we had all these people come back from World War One after watching their friends and family get slaughtered in front of them, and everybody's like, "Hey, why are you quote unquote crazy now?" Like, well, they're not crazy; they have PTSD. You just don't know enough about PTSD yet.
Yeah.
So we had all these people coming back who were acting like they have horrible post-traumatic stress disorder, and they're like, we should probably do something about that. So so this group figured out the right questions to ask and the right emotions to evoke to keep people from getting PTSD from specific incidents. um and just a quick thing about the CISM. So the start of the CISM is everybody goes around. It's the only time that everybody's forced to talk. So you get everybody who was a witness of the event or had to do with the event in a circle, and you go through the introduction, all that. But you force everybody, not force, but you tell everybody they are expected to talk when you ask what they saw happen. And a big part of that, and this leads well into a point I'm about to make about men's mental health, because primarily I work with men in this role, but everybody's expected to talk about what they witnessed, not because it is helpful to talk about it, but more so than that, if you, sorry, I'm jumping around. A good example of what I'm about to say is if somebody is giving somebody CPR for a while and they don't see anything happen, they're just going at it, they're giving it their all, and the person next to them sees that this person like blinks or twitches their arm or something, like some kind of sign of life or something like that. In the CISM, when we talk about what did you see, this person's like, man, I just kept giving CPR, kept giving CPR, nothing worked, nothing helped, like I'm a failure. They have PTSD at that point, right?
Hmm.
Or they will develop it from what they witnessed. Person next to them is like, oh, well, actually, I saw you giving CPR and I saw them move. So, like, you did it. You brought them back to life, or you caught their heart beating at least, or you made a difference, but the outcome just changed. And that could be enough for that specific person that it made everything click and they don't have PTSD. You know,
Yeah.
it could be something as simple as that. And so the point I want to make about that is that a big thing with men's mental health, and you know, I take credit for this too. I do this too. You could tell me the most brilliant thing ever. I could go to a therapist and they could tell me the most brilliant, insightful thing imaginable. And all I will think is, oh, how could I use that for somebody else? How could I use that to check on my buddy? Or how can I do that to, you're speaking for myself. I'm not going to speak for you guys, but generally, we're not like, oh, that's good for me. That's good insight for me for how I want to be or for how I want to get better or for how I want to fill in the blank. It's all what can I do to like, you know, what can I do to help another person, for whatever reason. Maybe like you're the boss and you want to make sure you take care of your crew. That's big. That's a common one. But that in that vein. That was a long answer to, hey, you're a chaplain.
Yeah, but I understand what you're saying because I do it all the time. How can I help someone else, even if it's not going to help me?
Hmm. Yeah.
I do that all the time.
That was a long answer to, hey, you're a chaplain.
Yeah, but I understand what you're saying because I do it all the time. How can I help someone else? Help
Hmm.
me.
Like, what just happened? I can hear myself. I don't like that.
Oh, his mic died.
Who's?
His.
No, I was checking the radio station because I got a message saying that the radio station wasn't coming through. So I was checking it on my end, and it's coming through.
Yeah, I know. I heard it. I heard Glenn talk, and then I heard myself talk, and then I heard myself talk again.
Yeah, I just got a message saying the radio station quit.
Well, you can go over to
But
Twitch.
that was the reason why I turned my mic off and unplugged it so that it wasn't picking it up in the microphone, but it's still picking it up on the loop back. But I lost my train of thought completely.
Don't feel bad. Mine derails all the time anymore.
But yeah, people witnessing stuff. I've been a witness to catastrophic events like that, and it does do something to you when you witness something like that. And um, experiencing death for people that are not used to seeing it, um, they don't handle it the same way. And people that are used to it they went through that initially before, and it's not something that's easy to get used to. I mean, when you've seen a lot of death, then it becomes a normal thing for you. Working in hospitals, being in the military, different stuff like that, you witness a lot of different things. But that's also why a lot of people in the military come back with PTSD, is because the amount of death that they see.
Hmm. Well, and to speak to that, so trauma becomes PTSD, specifically in a situation where a core safety belief is taken away from you. And that this is something I love talking about. I think this is so interesting. So a good example is like, um, I am physically safe, and then you get in a motorcycle accident, or you witness something horrific happen. That illusion of safety shatters, right? Um, I think truly, I think one of the biggest examples is for I don't know how to say this, for Christians who have a pretty lofty view of who God is, the idea that God is all powerful, God is all good, nothing bad will ever happen, and then that gets taken away from them when their best friend or their family member or somebody dies in front of them. That that idea of my safety because of my God is this, my God is that, and then seeing the horrendous things that happen in this world, that is a big influencer of PTSD
Hmm.
and trauma and whole. So I'm getting a little wild with my examples, but the idea of I am safe, and then that safety is I have a core belief. That core belief is stripped away from you, you know. And so yeah, so once you and to what you were saying, once you've seen that so many times, you know, if everybody around me, I watch everybody around me die, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna be traumatized from seeing it anymore because I already expect death, or I already know that that's a tangible possibility, you know.
Yeah.
Right.
But also along with that, with the PTSD thing, that falls in line with the addiction stuff also, because a lot of
Hmm.
people turn to uh, a chemical relief to try to get the vision out of their head of what they saw or try to forget, whether it's turn into a bottle or turn into a drug. There's a lot of people that they turn to a substance, and that's where a lot of addiction does come in, because people feel I can self-medicate and I'll be fine. Well,
Hmm.
now you've taken one problem and then you've created another.
Exactly. Side note,
Yeah.
Plushy and Big both said the audio is fine. You just cut out for a second. So they're both listening in.
All right.
Hi, Plushy. Hi, Big. Um,
Hey guys, thanks for joining us.
um, Man, I got horrendous ADHD. Whatever we were talking about, it's completely gone. That train got so derailed. Oh, addiction. That's right. Sorry, I knew it'd come back around. Um, yeah, it's the idea of the temporary blanket, right? When people are cold, they drink alcohol, or they drink liquor, hard liquor, because like whiskey or whatever, because it makes you feel warmer. But in all reality, it makes you so much colder because it
It
closes
thins
up
your
your
blood,
veins. Yeah, 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 yeah.
thins blood and causes it to freeze easier. So actually, you're hurting yourself by drinking when you're cold, because you can actually freeze to death a whole lot faster.
Yeah, and that's what I take the general idea of what you were saying is that yeah, it is a temporary blanket, but you know, at what cost? And actually, whenever we do a schism, whenever the chaplains do a schism, one of the quote unquote rules that you're supposed to follow after is to go a few days without alcohol because it will help the PTSD set in.
Yeah.
So if you ever, anybody who's listening, if you ever go through a traumatic incident, don't drink after. I know that's what everybody wants to do. That's what I want to do. Shit. But I promise that's gonna make everything worse.
Yeah, because when you include alcohol in any type of drama, it intensifies it in your head.
Hmm.
So when you've gone through a traumatic experience, um, yeah, you can numb it a little bit in the beginning when you start, but as soon as that alcohol really starts to set in, then your mind will start to think about all of the things that have happened, and it just starts replaying it.
They say alcohol is
Hmm.
a natural depressant, anyways. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
even though you may seem happy, you're not.
So on average, uh, about how many people do you talk to a week?
Um. Man, it's up in the air. Sometimes it's sometimes I'll see one person in a week. Sometimes it'll be pretty much revolving door. Um, a vast amount of the people that I work with now, the majority are usually unhoused people who are coming out of active use and are in recovery.
Hmm.
Um, we harm reduction hubs. most health departments have them. Not all, definitely not all, but most health departments have some form of harm reduction. They do a lot of work with the unhoused population,
Yeah.
and that's giving them like body wash, shampoo, conditioner, backpacks, clothes, immediate needs. And
Basic
then we
hygiene
also,
stuff to also help keep you safe in the elements.
yeah, absolutely. Um, and I'm not even going to get into what all we do for them because we have a laundry list of things that we can do to help those people. But but yeah, as far as people who want to talk about what's going on, surprisingly few for what all I do. Um, but whenever I get somebody who does want to talk, it's pretty quick and noticeable, and it goes well. Just talking about it at all. There's I'm not a therapist. I'm not saying that I am, but we were talking earlier off air about therapy, and yeah, just talking about stuff, man. Like, even if you don't think it's going to help, even if the person you're talking to you don't think is going to get it, just talking, man, it can make a
Oh
huge
yeah,
difference.
definitely. Talk when you open up and talk about it and actually get it out of your system, it helps a whole lot. I mean, anytime you're having any type of problem, if you just bottle it up inside, it just starts to brew and brew and brew. Letting it out, talking to somebody about it, it helps a lot. I'm guilty of if I have a problem with something, I'll keep it to myself, and it'll stew for a while until I get to that point that it just feel like I'm about to break, and then at that point I'm like, I should probably say something to somebody.
Dude, I had to
Yeah.
break myself. That was one of my worst habits. Is I just clam up and not say anything. It caused
Hmm.
so much
Yeah,
resentment and anger. No, people can look at it. If you look at a construction view, you don't just build a place without plans. Talking kind of helps you identify the problems to put in action to fix shit. So you can
Hmm.
build shit, but it'll be fucked up, or you can make plans and it'll fix shit and be right.
yeah.
And that's the biggest stigma. Is so many people, well, you're a man, you should just deal with it. It's like, no, it's not always the case, guys.
Yeah.
No, not always. And a lot of people think that, uh, and it goes back years. Men should just man up and deal with it. And back in the day, uh, that was what men did, was they just sucked it up and they dealt with it. But the way that society is today, um, people are programmed a little bit differently now than they were back then. So it's a whole lot different in this day and time than it used to be.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of that is a lot of the back then husbands would just pent up get their shit so pent up and then get home and beat their wives.
That's what I was
I'm
getting
not
ready
Yeah.
to
saying
say. Back then, you
I'm
could
not
hit your
saying all of
wife.
them. I'm being quite flippant, but I think there's a lot of necessary change that has happened, and talking about it um is helping a lot of issues. Um something that I'll tell you, I have a friend that we were just going at it one time. Like, we were fighting, could not understand each other. And I'm like, okay, you know what? I have been bottling up my issues with you because I didn't want to upset you or offend you or bother you, or I didn't want to talk about it. But here it is. This is what's bothering me. And I told them, like, this is what's going on. And they're like, oh, oh yeah, that makes total sense. Oh, okay, we're good now. Like, they didn't have, and it's exactly like I was talking about with the schism where everybody had to talk, because once you get all pieces of the puzzle, if I don't know what's bothering my friend, and they're not willing to talk about it, that affects me.
Yeah.
It's you're not helping anybody. And that's what it comes down to. You're not helping anybody by bottling it up. You're actively hurting everybody. And I'm not saying you need to go into every room and be like, "This is what you motherfuckers are doing wrong," but just like, "Hey, like this is the problem that we're having. This is my experience of it."
Yeah.
Um, yeah, like we were about having an all out brawl for weeks, and then we just had that moment of, "Hey, this is what's bothering me," and they're like, "Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, sorry." Yeah.
I call that kind of a coming to Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, the coming to Jesus moments. I've had a couple of those.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if I would have started out with when they're like, "What's wrong?" and I wasn't like, "Nothing."
Right.
I don't know. I don't want to talk about it. If I hadn't been like that,
Yeah.
we wouldn't have had those weeks of fights. So it just comes back to the talking about it.
Yep. So, do you have to deal with a lot of the addiction side of it as well?
With my job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah. Um yeah, we're really big on I give out an obscene amount of Narcan, naloxone.
Hmm.
Um and I'm sure you guys know, but for anybody who doesn't, Narcan is a miracle cure. If you're having an opioid overdose, that could be OxyContin, heroin, fentanyl. If you're having an overdose, it's just a little nasal spray that you go up and spray somebody's nose, and it giving a really quick broken down version, but your receptors in your brain that receive the opioids, the Narcan completely pushes it all out and then covers the receptors so that nothing else can get on there. It is life saving. In Kentucky, for the first, I'm based at Paducah, Kentucky. In Kentucky, for the first time in a while, and quite a few years, we actually had a decrease in overdose deaths, overdose fatalities. We had a decrease by a significant amount, and it is 100% fully because of the Narcan that we're putting out there. Um, but yeah, we do a big push with Narcan, fentanyl test strips, which are little strips that you could use to just test the debris from your like the leftover detritus from your whatever drug you're choosing to use. You just mix that up with some water and test it, and it'll can tell you if there's fentanyl in it or not. Um, that I fentanyl is no joke. It can be in anything anymore. When I'm from Central Illinois, and when I used to run around with some dudes, and we'd all do blow together. And after I moved to Kentucky, a little while after, a few of those people I ran around with, I think like 4 of them died all in one weekend because they got a bad stash that had fentanyl in it.
Hmm.
So it's just our push of making sure that people know what they're putting in their body. And if they continue, like if they want to use, I am not in the position to tell you to stop. I don't want to tell you to stop. I want you to decide if and when you are ready to stop. I just want to keep you alive while you use. You know,
You're right. I mean, if
I
you try
Well,
to force them to stop, it's never actually gonna make them stop because then they're not gonna want to
yeah,
do it.
exactly. But if you can
that
keep them
boils
alive, needle exchange and Narcan and
that
fentanyl
boils
test
down to,
strips. I'm sorry.
um, that boils down to you can't make people do something, make people stop doing something that mentally they're not ready to do it.
Hmm.
They have to be committed to themselves to stopping. Nobody can make you stop doing anything. You have to do that on your own because you have free will. And you are the only person that can make yourself decide whether you're going to stop doing something or change what you're going to do. Nobody can do that for you.
Yeah.
You can get help along the way and have people tell you the difference between uh, what your life could be like without it and what your life is like now with it. and have people explain to you differences and show you different paths, but nobody can make you take any path. You have to be ready to do it on your own.
Hmm. And when you push it, that's what makes it worse.
Yeah.
Because shame is the most guttural feeling. Like, it's the most guttural emotion that humans can have is shame. And when you shame people, and again, I'm going to bring it back to the church, not all churches, but a lot of them, you know which ones I'm talking about. They push shame so hard. Like, oh, you know, they catch you at a bar drinking or something like that. And they're like, oh, you're an alcoholic. You're Satanist. You're going to hell. You know, they just don't understand that stigmatizing addiction is what makes it so much worse. So much worse.
Right, because then
Yeah.
they're gaslighting and manipulating your mental status.
Yeah.
Well,
And I
we're going
want
to
to stress on. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say we're going to take a break here for a couple of minutes, play a couple of tracks, and we'll be right back in just a couple of minutes. We've been talking for about 45 minutes already, so I just wanted to take a quick break,
Right.
let everybody take a breather and music on for a couple of minutes.
I'm good to talk.
Yeah.
Okay. Am I doing okay?
Oh yeah, dude, you're doing great.
Am I talking too much or too little or?
No.
Okay.
The whole point of this is so you can get the word out to people what you do and any resources they can use. I mean,
I appreciate it. I'm having a good time talking to you guys.
it's usually what we hear.
Yeah, I mean, we can do this every so often if you want. I mean, helping to get the word out there. Every
I love
month,
that.
if you wanted to pop on here and hang out, or even if you wanted to just hang out in Discord one night, that's we hang out in Discord all the time.
You just have to deal with hearing me play guitar every once in a while.
Yeah, I got that message saying that the radio station wasn't working, and then she said my other phone it wasn't working, but I got one phone it's not working and one phone it is, so it must be on my end.
Hey, I was told that they can hear us right now.
On Twitch
on
they can.
Twitch, yeah. So
Oh,
if Twitch
okay.
stays running, it doesn't matter. This is just like extra for people that watch the Twitch. So.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Well, I didn't
Yeah,
realize
actually,
that. I wouldn't have
radio
asked how I was doing.
actually on the radio station where the mics are turned off.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, we just started doing Twitch a month ago.
Something like that, yeah. Yeah, because we did Two-Face, Onikuna, Two-Face, a couple others.
Divinities.
Yeah, when we did their album release.
Week 13.
That dude. Yeah, you think you talk a lot, dude.
I actually had to find a point where I was like, okay, we've reached our 2-hour slot, and we need to go on
Oh,
ahead.
shit.
He was still a cool dude, though. He's a cool dude to talk to.
It was.
Yeah.
I'd like to have him back on the show again sometime because I could literally turn mine and Harrison's mics off and just let him talk, and he'd talk for the whole 2 hours.
That would, I can't do that. I need some direction, or I will be in left field before you know it.
Hey, Grumpy. Thank you.
Where's mine?
It's getting ready to be in my stomach.
Greedy bitch.
You seen how fat I am? Yes, I am.
I made up. Uh, I got the rice cooker out and threw some rice in, and while it was cooking, I added some pork
Hmm.
pulled pork rub. So you rub it on the pork belly or pork butt, whatever you're cooking, before it turns into barbecue.
Hmm.
Before you shred it all up, and I dumped a bunch of that season into it because I was like, smells kind of like pork fried rice is what it smells like. So if I dump it into rice, maybe the rice will come out tasting like pork fried rice. It didn't, but it was still good.
This one online for my book.
Yep. Rider in the Hollow. Yeah, Glenn, if you're putting any music out and want to get some tracks on the radio, also just let us know and we'll get some of
I
your music.
appreciate that.
Yeah, this radio
So-
station we run a 24/7
I need
independent radio.
Nice. Yeah, I need Harrison to clean up some of my tracks, but potentially.
Send 'em my way, bud.
Yep, radio station runs 24 hours 7, and it's on I think it's a 5-hour loop right now is what we have it. It starts over every 5 hours, so you don't hear the same song twice inside of 5 hours.
Nice.
We've got quite a few bands that have sent in their music and wanted us to get it on the air, and we've had interviews with quite a few bands on here already. Usually on Saturdays, we have interviews with bands, and we got a couple of them that we're waiting on dates from them to let us know when they're available. We've got one over in the UK that we're waiting on.
Nice.
I'm still waiting to hear back from Perry from Automized Bird.
Yeah,
Oh man, that'd be so cool.
that
He's such a
13,
cool guy.
the guy that we were saying we could let talk the whole segment, he would talk for 2 hours straight. They're actually
Yeah.
a band in the UK also.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, they're from the Black
Thank you.
Country.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Is that Haley?
She grabbed me a spin drift.
Hi, Haley.
Harrison says hi. She goes hi.
Everybody on Twitch is getting this lovely view of my fat ass eating.
Oh shit, they can see us?
Mm-hmm.
Oh no. Wonder how many times I picked my nose.
I don't know. I'll review it later and let you know.
Please don't. Please don't.
Is anybody actually on Twitch? Because it's not showing me on the webpage.
No. We don't have very many people following the Twitch though either, so I'm kind of using it more for the YouTube. We can record the whole thing and then be able to upload to YouTube. So.
All After this ad is over, we'll be back live again.
Right.
Every man in his family carries the devil's mark. Jackson Creed never asked for this curse, but he pays it in souls. When he discovers he has a son, he'll do anything to break the bloodline, even hunt the devil himself. Something far darker is waiting in the shadows. The Stranger New chapter drops every Friday on Stranger Friday. The curse is calling.
Interesting.
Will you answer?
Yeah, it's his book, and then I've got my own book too now.
Oh, nice. Oh, yeah, I did see you came out the book.
Yep.
I need to
All
copy
right,
that.
we are back. Yeah, that is an ad from my book that I just had published. It's actually coming out on August 10th, and Harrison wrote his. His is getting ready to be released also. I think his comes out a week or two before mine. But we collaborated together and built a universe to where we're writing a series of 6 books.
Yeah, mine comes out on my birthday in July.
Yep, they're available for the ebook. You can pre-order the ebook, but paperback and hardback copies you can't buy until they actually get released.
I have a limited edition run of 14 left that are signed by me, so it's 28
Dibs.
bucks, and you get one signed by me and sent to you.
I can do that.
Get them before they come out. I got 14 left, so
Oh, yeah?
How many did you order?
15. Because
Yeah, I
not
was
made of
thinking
money.
about ordering 20 of them, but I don't know. I was going to buy half of them hardback and half of them paperback because some people prefer paperback, some people prefer hardback.
I did.
But I honestly think if you're getting a signed copy, you should get a hardback.
I did 15 hardbacks. Their first edition, they'll be signed with a personal message from each one of them. So I figure if by some miracle my book actually does well, people would be like, "Look, I have one that's worth $1,000 now."
Yeah.
And we actually wrote soundtracks to the books also. So when the books get released, there's an album being released with each one of the books as well.
Yeah, I created a band that actually plays Tall Tales from the book in music form. So
That's cool.
the next book, the band will actually be in the universe playing in one of the bars that the guy goes into.
That's cool. Keep me updated on those.
Will do.
I'll definitely want one.
Yeah, he took my idea from that because in the first book, my band shows up.
You bastard.
I took
My
the
band
idea,
is in the
but
first.
I'm not going to go as in depth. They're just playing in the background one of the songs I had for the second book.
Yeah, I actually have a scene in the first book where the main character is standing at a bar and he's watching the band, and then the vocalist and guitarist myself comes down and introduces himself. "Hi, I'm James. This is my band."
Yeah,
That's awesome.
I don't go that far. They're just playing the music in the background as he comes in.
I thought it was a cool little Easter egg to throw in there.
That's
I
cool,
went
I
as
like
far as
that.
I made a Facebook page for the band with like an AI generated photo of what they're supposed to look like in the world. So it's been fun playing the banjo.
All right, so trying to get back on topic to where we were.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah, we've been all over the place so far. Well, we can actually move on a little bit. We don't have to spend the whole segment. I'm learning that you're also a musician.
I dabble. Is that the right answer?
Dabble is a good answer.
um, I played a lot when I was younger, and then I don't play too much anymore. But I've jumped in with 2 local bands, and I have a band that's just me and one other guy, and we record in his living room on his laptop. We have 2 demos out. They're not great. They would, I think musically they would be good, but it just sounds horrendous. I am gonna talk to Harrison here about getting them polished for me.
We'll get them
It's gonna
cleaned
be a
up.
lot of work for you to polish that.
You think it is, but I took a song of his and in
No, but
like an
my
hour, I converted. It was a 15-year-old song that he wrote.
no shit.
Yep.
Well, my buddy Wesley, the other guy, he's so good with his lyrics, and they're so heartfelt and deep. And he writes all the like the layout, the blueprints for the song.
Right.
Um, he's so good. He's so good. And then I just throw on like leads and some rhythm parts and some bass parts and then backing vocals. Um,
Nice.
but yeah, I've got all sorts of instruments. I play some acoustic. I think this weekend I may be playing a little acoustic set um, for a friend's birthday party.
Nice.
But yeah, not as much as I don't play as much as I'd like to. I don't have anything on Apple Music or Spotify or anything. I'm the metal version SoundCloud rapper.
I played strictly acoustic, just solo acoustic for years. Going out on stage with just me, a guitar, and a microphone. And that was what I did. I was just an acoustic artist. And before I did that, I played for a lot of different bands. I got in my first band when I was about 13 or 14 years old in middle school. And played in bands all through middle school and high school. And then after I turned 18, I played for a couple of decent bands. We played a lot of shows. I've played for a couple of bigger bands. We've been on some of the bigger stages. Biggest one that I've played is actually the Norva in Norfolk, Virginia, which is a stage 30 Seconds to Mars has played that stage.
Oh
Um,
shit.
Charlie Daniels Band, Marilyn Manson have all played that stage. And that's the biggest stage that I've played. So, been to a lot of good
That's
shows at that venue, and actually getting a chance to get up on that stage and seeing it from the opposite side was a real thrill.
Was that the one you did in
yeah.
Pigtails?
Yep, that's the one that I did in Pigtails. I had one of the singers, a girl from one of the bands that we were playing with that night. She said, "I'll give you $100 if you go on stage in Pigtails." And I said, "Okay." So her and my drummer's girlfriend actually both got together, each of them with a hairbrush, and just started brushing my hair out and put it in pigtails.
That's awesome.
So
That's
I
cool. Uh,
I had long hair back then, and then I went with a shaved head for years, and my hair is long again now. I keep it in a ponytail now, but going for
no,
that
that's cool.
ZZ Top look now that I've gotten older. I've got the long beard and the long hair, just trying to get that ZZ Top thing going on.
I do like the beard. This is about all I can do right here. And that's not even stubble. 31, I still can't grow a good beard.
I just
I
cut mine
just
like 2
turned
weeks ago.
46. May the 4th, I turned 46.
And also with you.
So this has
Nice.
actually been growing. It's been trimmed down several times, but this has been growing for about 9 years.
Oh wow, yeah. It looks good. It's good.
I haven't
Um,
shaved my face in 9 years. I've trimmed it down to the lowest I trimmed it down to it was about 2 inches long.
oh yeah.
Man, like I said, I just cut all mine off like 2 weeks ago.
Well,
So
I'm gonna change the topic because I can't talk about beards. Oh, sorry, you said what?
I said mine's only been like I cut it down to like a half inch 2 weeks ago, and this is what it's back to. So
God damn.
I had a trade off. I had to
Wait,
loose it up on
my
top to get it on the base.
He's like, y'all can grow beards, y'all can handle tattoos. Just go to hell.
just keep fucking bragging. No, my so the coolest thing I've done musically is there's a band I ran around with and did guest vocals for on one of their EPs, and they played at, oh my god, of course I'm gonna forget the name of it. It's the oldest still running punk house in America, and they had like Minor Threat and Black Flag and all the big punk heads back in the day. They all ran through there, and so I got to jump up and do the song with them. And so actually, it's on my Discord picture, um, is of me doing vocals at that. God damn, I wish I could think of the name of it. Um, but yeah, it's in Carbondale, Illinois. It's the longest running punk house in America. Cool spot, man. It's this shitty little basement. There's
Is
pillars in the way.
is it
It's
the Lost
dirt
Cross?
floor. It was Lost Cross. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Lost Cross. Yeah.
There you go.
Fucking man, it's just this house in the middle of Carbondale. And yeah, dingy, like dirt floors, pillars in the way. You gotta like lean around the pillars to see the bands. Probably no bigger than like my fucking screen right here. But man, it was cool. It was a cool moment. You had to go through the cellar doors to get in there. It was gnarly.
Sounds like
Um,
it.
yeah, it's cool. If you ever get a chance, I recommend it. But I'm big. I'm straight edge now, so I'm big in the straight edge movement. And so to hear that Minor Threat played there,
Right.
I was over here. I'm like,
Sounds like next time you're up this way from Texas, we'll have to go.
Yeah.
you should let me know. I'll meet you there.
We'll just make sure it's not a 2-day venture where I'm burned out, falling asleep driving back.
Well, my mom was actually telling me about the other day, and I've got to look into it because, and I haven't. I need to, but she was saying that there's something where you can take a one-way flight anywhere in the U.S. for like 35,
For how much?
as long as it has no layovers. It has to be a direct flight, but it's like $35. And she was talking about it the other day, and I've got to look into it because I've never heard of it. And I was like, when I took my flight, it was a round trip, but it was she's probably messaging me about it right now because she's
Yeah, he got a nice workout on his flight up here because he had to run half a mile when he got to Dallas.
Oh shit.
Yeah, he had.
she said she sent it to me on Facebook. She said it's $59 for one way,
That's pretty
but
good.
it can't have any layovers. But my trip, after everything, it was close to $500. I want to say before I had to pick my seats and everything for all 4 planes that I had to get onto, because it was 2 planes
Jeez.
there and 2 planes back. So
Oh,
I had
okay.
to pay for each seat, and it was $328 before I paid for seats,
Right.
and then it was close to $500 after the seats were paid for.
Man.
That's where they get you.
Yeah. Yeah, I went to Vegas in 20. I think Haley's listening. She might text me. Went to Vegas in 22 for the When We Were Young festival.
I wanted to go to that. How was that?
Man, okay, so all right. Thank you for asking. The first day of When We Were Young, the first day it ever happened, we get there, we fly out to Vegas. We're standing in line. And, the night before we went and did some cool stuff. We did the Zach Baggins Haunted Museum tour, and like we had some fun there. We're standing in line, which wraps blocks, like I mean, it's so many people. And we're waiting and we're looking at the time. It's like, oh, doors were supposed to be open like 20 minutes ago. And all of a sudden you hear a wave from the front all the way to the back of people screaming. And we're like, oh, we're going. And then we see people are crying and we're like, oh, wait, no, we're not going. We checked, there's an app for it. We checked the app. It got canceled because of high winds.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So as a wind we were young, everybody was calling it. But yeah, so we had to fly all the way to Vegas. And again, we got to do some cool stuff, so it wasn't a total bust, but and stand in line for a few hours and then head back. Um, but then I was very fortunate. Things worked out, but Haley and I were talking a few days later. I think that Wednesday, that was on a Saturday. On the Wednesday, she was like, "Hey, they have another one this Saturday. Do we want to just go for broke and go to Vegas twice in a week?" I'm like, "Fuck it, let's do it." So we just jumped on another flight, went back to Vegas, 2 back-to-back weekends, so that we could see when we were young. And it was good. It was good. That year that was shit. Some I don't remember who headlined that year. Um but then we skipped the next year because it wasn't very good. But the year after that, we saw My Chem and Fallout Boy headlining, and that was cool. But yeah, we got to see like most of my tattoos. We got to see Dance Gavin Dance, the Devil Wears Prada, Paramore. We got to see Paramore, um, Hawthorne Heights. I've seen them so many times now.
Yeah, I
Um,
saw the listing the first time that came up, and I tried buying the tickets. I was like, Jesus, that's an expensive trip.
yeah, yeah, it was. It sure was. Both times.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah, but it. So sorry, I'm going a little off track here. The picture that you used, Harrison,
Hmm.
for the thing, the picture of me, my Facebook picture, that background. I'm gonna see. Do either of you guys think that background looks familiar?
I didn't. It
If
looked
you
a
have
little
it
familiar, but I couldn't
handy.
figure out from where. Let's see if
So
I can
that
pull that up real quick.
that whole yeah, that whole background was at the Punk Rock Hall of Fame in Vegas.
Oh, cool.
And that's the backdrop from Green Day's big their big, like, one of their first big pictures. I think around the not first big, I think it was around the American Idiot years. But some people found it in the trash in the dumpster. Like they took the whole set and just threw it by a dumpster. And somebody found it, knew what it was, and they saved it. But yeah, so it was at the Punk Rock and Roll Museum in Vegas for a short time. So I got to take a picture in front of it.
You said somebody had thrown it in the trash?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the story they told us because I asked them, like, how the hell do you get this? Like, yes, they just found it next to a dumpster. They salvaged it. Like, I feel like you could have, with how big Green Day was in those years, in the American Idiot years, you could have cut it up and sold each piece for $150.
There we go. I threw it up on the screen. Finally, had to use the one that we had everything written on. That's
Yeah,
pretty
the
neat.
black and white striped one. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, so you were talking about flights, and that now I'm talking about Green Day. Obviously, the red thread going on here.
I say that's kind of the
I,
community we've
I was
built.
checking on Messenger. My mom said she sent me the thing about the flights on Messenger, and I checked and I didn't have it. And then she said she doesn't see it either. She's trying to locate it to send it to me.
Yeah, so
But I want to see that you can take a flight anywhere for $59 because hell, if I can go one-way flight $59 and then book another one-way flight back $59, it's cheaper to do that than it is to take a round trip.
Yeah, no shit.
yeah, like I said,
Oh, that's the whole reason I got on my tangent. Yeah, because I spent like $400 or $800 in a week on flights.
right. No,
Full
it's
circle. There we go.
with the
Sorry.
community. It kind of all goes full circle because we've got a lot of bands that we interview, and then we've had some of them talk about their addictions. Two Face did, where they were addicts for years, and now they've been clean almost 11 years now, or something like that.
Yeah.
Fucking awesome.
They've been cool as hell, and that's why we figured this would be a good segment because in the music industry, there's a lot of addiction. There's a lot of mental illness that
Yeah.
goes into making the songs. So why not give them resources and stuff to think about ways that they can help with everything?
Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
Because God knows all the albums I put out were a way to help through my mental stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, and a big shame of it is there's I mean there are a lot of very I feel like there are a lot of niche resources or a lot of targeted resources. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
There are like, especially around here, I'm in the Bible Belt or I'm in Kentucky. If you're a veteran with addiction or something like that, there are plenty of places that can help you. Um, but if you're not a veteran, you're kind of hosed unless your insurance wants to pay a shit ton for therapy. And or if you're in addiction, there are a lot of good resources for addiction around. Um, I would recommend health department getting a hold of a peer support specialist. A lot of peer support specialists, myself included, are certified community health workers, which is a whole training course about how to refer people. Um, so I know how to, like, through my that training, I can help people like figure out Medicaid and Medicare and figure out how to get them the specific person in touch with who they need to get with. Um, I'm sure there's a way to find a local CCHW. Um, yeah, certified community health workers are absolutely a good resource if you can find one. And I'm as you guys talk, I'm gonna look it up because I'm sure there's a good way to find them.
All right, I'm looking on this site right now, and it's called Breeze Airways, and it says on the screen, snag a flight for $44 one way. And I type in, let me look to see if it
Snag a
actually
flight in the
has.
cargo hold for $44.
Restrictions apply. I see that right away.
Okay, so they only offer flights out of Brownsville, Texas, Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas, and San Antonio, Texas. So it's a 2.5 hour drive to get to the airport. But then if I leave from Dallas, the only place it will let me fly to is Salt Lake City, Utah. So it's only select places you can go. It's not you can fly anywhere. Select
Yeah, I
places.
just looked it up, and the only area close to me is Springfield, Illinois. The only place I can go is Orlando.
Yeah.
I'm good. Oh, yeah, it's got a site map down there. Yeah, the only one in Illinois is Springfield, and it only goes to Orlando. That's I'm good.
Yeah, when I click on Dallas Fort Worth, the only place it will take you to is Salt Lake City.
It's great if you're Mormon.
Looks like Akron and Columbus have like some of the most available flights.
If I go to San Antonio, I can fly to right outside of Memphis, Tennessee, or right around Memphis, Tennessee, or I can go to Raleigh, Durham, North Carolina, or I can go into uh, Destin, Florida, or Tampa, Florida.
Yeah,
And then Brownsville only takes you to Orlando.
if I want to go to Vegas, I'd have to go over to Akron, Ohio to get a flight over. I'd have to drive 6 hours to get a flight for $44. I'm good because that's going to be about the same money in gas. It's a cool concept.
Yeah.
Wasn't Cat in Tampa?
Yeah, I would have had to pick her
So
up in Madison in
she
order
could
for her
have
to fly.
taken one of those cheap flights from Orlando to Springfield. You'd have just had a longer drive.
If she left from Tampa, the only place she could get anywhere close is Madison, Wisconsin. I'm good. That's a long drive.
And she could go to Cincinnati, Ohio.
Yeah, that's. You realize
Six
Cincinnati was
hours.
over the halfway point, right?
Yeah,
That's over the halfway point to Ironton. So that was like
it was
two and a
almost
half
6 hours to
hours.
Cincinnati.
Nah, I'm good. I've done enough driving for the last 2 months. About to drive 1,600 miles this week.
Oh, I feel that 100% because when I am, well, even when I'm not working, when I go to pick up the kids, it's an hour drive to go get them and then an hour drive back. And then every time I have the kids, we go out to the farm, which is almost an hour drive there and an hour drive back also.
This whole week, the next 4 days, I got to drive 2 hours one way to go work, and then drive 2 hours back each day.
Shit.
Got to go do a extinguisher inspection on a power plant. When it's all said and done,
Is
I'll
this
have
a
walked
different
18
power plant?
miles. No, it's the same one I do every month. When it's
Oh,
all
you
said
have to
and
do it every month.
yep, they require monthly
I thought that
inspections.
was like a bi-yearly thing.
Nah, this one's every month. Every month, I gotta go inspect 473 extinguishers across 18 miles walking.
Yeah, see, my inspections on all of my contracts, they're every 6 months. Right before heater season kicks off, I have to go and inspect all of the heaters and make sure that they fire off right, everything's cleaned out, gas valves are working, electric's okay. And then before AC season kicks off, go in, make sure refrigerant levels are okay, filters are clean, coils are clean.
No, I mean
So,
we have some places we only do once a year, but because they're a power plant mandated law, they're required every month for safety.
yeah. Yeah, but that is kind of crazy. There are a lot of different places that you can fly to from a lot of different places, but the one closest to me, I would luck out and have the one that only goes to one location. And I have no desire to go to Salt Lake City anytime soon. Uh, I mean, that's Mormon country.
Hey, the used is from there. And that is
Yeah,
literally the only two things that I know about Salt Lake City is the used is from there and Mormons.
That explains a lot, honestly.
I married into the Mormon religion. My ex-wife was a Mormon, and when we found out that she was pregnant, her parents said, "Well, you need to start going to church with us. You need to become a member of the church. You have to be a member of the church in order to marry our daughter." And so I started going to the Mormon church, and we got married, and that lasted. I think it was right before my son's first birthday was when we separated the first time. And she was 7 months pregnant when we got married.
Learn anything good from the Mormons?
Um, no comment.
Hey man, Lacey Sturm is still a devout Mormon from Flyleaf.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different things about the Mormon religion. And I don't know how much things have changed because I mean it's been over 20 years. It's my son is going to be 26 in a couple of months. So when he was 1, I think was the last time I went to a Mormon church. So about 25 years ago. So I have not kept up with the church since then. I don't know if they do things differently, but you couldn't drink coffee if it had caffeine. You couldn't drink tea if it had caffeine. You couldn't drink soda if it had caffeine. Anything you put in your body, you treat your body like a temple. So salt, not allowed. Sugar, not allowed. Um, Different meats and stuff, it was okay in portions. Like pork, they weren't one of those that you can't eat pork. It's a filthy swine. It wasn't one of those religions. You were allowed to eat pork because my father-in-law, he loved bacon. We always had pounds of bacon in the house. And I remember we lived with my in-laws for a period of time, and every day for breakfast and lunch it was bacon, egg, and cheese sandwiches or bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwiches. There was always bacon on the sandwich for breakfast and for dinner or for lunch. Um, but when you were watching TV, uh, and this was more my father-in-law, I believe, than the religion. But if we were watching something and it had a cuss word in it, then it was okay for one. It was questionable if there was two. If there was three cuss words in the program, the channel got changed.
Oh man.
So, but there was a lot of differences, and I read the Book of Mormon, the Mormon Bible.
Mhm.
I've read the Holy Bible several times. I actually
You have it, don't you?
I keep my copy right here on my desk. So I've read the Holy Bible several times. I've read through the Book of Mormon. Um, I do, in some senses, I feel like the Mormon religion is more of a cult than a religion.
I asked somebody one time, a higher up. I was like, "Can you explain Mormonism to me?" And they said, "Have you seen the South Park where they talk about Mormonism?" I said, "Yeah." They said, "Okay, you know Mormonism." Like, no shit, they got that spot on.
I went to my ex's house for Christmas this past year to spend Christmas with my kids. They invited me over to spend a week over there because they live a couple hours away from me. So for Christmas, I went to their house and I spent a couple of weeks out there. And my ex's husband had gone outside, and I walked out there with him to go smoke a cigarette. And while we were standing out there, he's drinking a beer, and he's already probably a 12 pack in at this point because that's all he does when he's home from work. He drinks. That's it. So we were he we walked outside. He's drinking a beer. I'm smoking a cigarette, and two of the elders come walking up. And can we talk to you about Jesus Christ? And he was like, "Well, I go to church on Sundays and I have my own religion, but I'll let you speak." And I just kind of stayed back by the door because I knew I've talked to the elders before uh, when my father-in-law told me that I needed to start going to the church. He sent the elders to my house, and they would show up every other day to
Jeez.
talk. And I knew I was staying back because if you get into the conversation with them and you welcome them in, they will not stop showing up.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, it's great for me. I'll just answer it in my collar and be like, "Oh, I'm a seminarian," and they're like, "Oh, okay." Like, "Hey, thanks. I know more than you." So anyway,
But I don't even know if my son was raised up in the Mormon religion because I'm fairly certain that after me and my ex-wife got divorced and she remarried her new husband, I don't think that he's a Mormon. Um, I know that my son was close with my in-laws and he does talk about church, but we haven't got into if he's in the Mormon religion or if when Sarah married her new husband, if they changed religions or what. I've never gotten into that conversation with him to know what religion he is a party to now. So it's not a religion that I really try to, or not a, sorry, it's not a conversation I try to get into with a lot of people about religion or about politics because, like I said before, those are two things that you can kill a relationship and a conversation both at the same time by getting into those conversations. So I really try not to talk about my views and my religion or my political views and stuff like that because I know that my opinion is different than everybody else's. No two people have the same opinions. Opinions are like assholes. Everybody has one. Well, I
And
won't
most
say
of them
everybody
stink.
because I did have a friend in Virginia that did not have one. He had a colonoscopy bag.
Ugh. So I hear that next time you want me to come on and talk religion. Is that right?
Yeah,
And
let's go
politics?
for
Full out. Let's go.
Let's piss
full send.
everybody off.
So Scientology, right? If you hear me out, oh, that's silence. No, I'm kidding.
I could just see the numbers dwindle. It's either that or there would be so much controversy that the numbers would build really high just so that people would hear what
They
was
would
going to be
build high
said.
because it would be
Yeah.
like, hey, do you see they're saying this and this? It'd start a
Yeah.
whole war.
Yep. And then we'd be posted all over everything and people would be calling us racist and all different types of stuff and
I don't do any kind of race. I can't barely hardly walk.
Ha. But yeah, I figure if you want to talk religion sometime, I'll put on my collar dress. I have like a knee length dress that I have that has the liturgical collar. I think that'll go pretty well for you guys.
so I know we have gotten way off topic and I don't even
This train derailed
I don't
a
even
while
know
ago.
where I don't see a passing on the train track to get back on board yet. The train just derailed and just kept on going. We made a wrong turn in Albuquerque somewhere.
I mean,
But
just to
attempting to
recap
get
though,
back on
bud,
track.
I'm proud of you for everything you've done. Moving forward, you've become a hell of a person in the last couple of years knowing you, Glenn. Proud of you. I just want to make that clear.
I appreciate that. I really do. Thank you.
You have
It is
made
amazing that you
strides.
have been 3.5 years clean. I mean, this is the first time I've talked to you, but hearing that you've been 3.5 years clean, that's amazing for you to be able to do that.
Thank you. I see if I actually got it or if I'm about to be a liar. Oh yeah, I keep my three-year coin on me.
That's awesome.
Thank you. Um, yeah, if well, Harrison, I know you did, but I most of the people, I would say, with the exception of our group, Harrison, I don't think I have anybody in my life apart from my wife who knew me back then who I still talk to. But I was not okay. I was not okay. You want to talk about bad mental health? It was atrocious. I mean, there were days I couldn't I literally couldn't get out of bed. Like I would just be laying there face down. I could not move. I literally could not get myself to move because things were so bad. But I had a lot of good people that stuck with me, and Harrison being one of them. So I had the right community for it.
Harrison's a good dude. I've known him for a couple of
Hmm.
years
All right, you
Yeah,
two,
Harrison.
stop trying to start the mush party on me. We're good.
No, Harrison's an ass.
There, see, he's being honest. Just ask Bill.
Nah, but Harrison, our friend
it's pretty
Plushy, who I think
easy
is
to make him
watching, and
cry too, though.
Do what?
oh yeah,
I said it's pretty easy to make him cry too, though.
Fuck off. You only know that because the last 2 years have been hell and you've been there for it. So fuck off.
Well, I wasn't talking about mental things. I was talking about like when you're put in an acknowledgement in a book or on an album or something.
Yeah, because I don't deserve it. So we're good. Next conversation.
damn man. Here's a
I
fun fact for you. So I took training around nonviolent communication, which is the baseline for a lot of what I do. It's great if you ever get the chance. Nonviolent communication. But something you learn is that deserve is a violent word
really,
because it implies that, especially when you're talking about like love or like earning stuff or stuff like that, because it implies that that there's a possibility that you shouldn't get that. So if you're like, I deserve to be loved or something like that, that implies that there is a sense of undeserving of love. Does that make sense?
yeah.
I don't know. I don't know
mean,
if I agree with it,
I
but
mean, yeah, that's how I
that is
feel on
something
the
they
daily.
teach.
So
I don't know if I
Yeah.
agree with it either, but I understand where you're coming from with it. I don't feel like deserve would be a violent word.
Yeah, no, I agree. Well, okay, violent, not in the sense of like let's fight violent, but like
Yeah.
in a non-healthy meaning.
In a
But I also
mentally violent.
don't believe it. But
nah, that's it. That's just always how I've been in my life. So
well, stop being violent to yourself.
I can't help it. It's in my nature.
But Harrison's been doing pretty good for himself. I mean, he's got a couple of albums out now. He's got a book out. Uh,
Plug it, plug the book. What's the book called?
Crossroads Savior. It's cliche, but it's guy ends up at the end of his rope, has to make a deal with the devil, learns that his deal affects the souls around him, not himself. It causes everyone misfortune while he gains fortune, and then in the end, he actually breaks the deal and rewrites the books and the rules on the Crossroads. So
Okay, that actually sounds interesting.
it should be. My dad's already on the 5th chapter already, and I just dropped the book off last night. And my dad,
Oh shit!
his first book he's
Save
read
a copy.
in years.
Save me a copy. I'll read it.
I got you one. I got you. But it's supposed to tie his and my character together. They actually meet in the book out of James's book, and then they have their own separate books, which is what we're writing now. And then the final 2 we actually will write together with them coming back for the final showdown.
That's cool. That's a cool idea.
The Shadows of the Crossroads series. So we built a universe for both characters to coincide in, and both of them take place in Texas. So my character is based in the West Texas area, and his character actually shows up at one of the bars that my character is at, because my character is also a traveling musician, and he's trying to, in the first book, he's going to different crossroads and trying to find the devil because his great grandfather had made a deal with the devil, and it was a bloodline deal that every male in the bloodline received this curse that they were damned and had to do the devil's bidding per se. And Jackson Creed thinks that because he didn't marry or anything and never planned on being married, that the bloodline was going to end with him. And then he found out that one night when he had been with a woman at a bar, he found out several years later that he had a 9-year-old son with her. And at that point, he started realizing that he needed to do something to change this curse so that his son didn't have to live with it also. And that's how my character meets up with Harrison's character, because Harrison's character is actually able to change it, but my character is the one that has the knowledge to do it. So my character actually has to teach his character how to do it, and I have to provide the blade that I receive from the devil and give it to him for him to be able to do what he needs to do.
That's pretty cool.
It's a West Texas supernatural is really what it feels like.
That I
It's
can see. Yeah,
actually- That's what my book is actually labeled as, is a Western supernatural.
I said if my book does decent, I plan on. I've already got the second one going. It's called Angel in the Darkness. I'm already working on it, and it's my character in that book. He actually finds out that the devil doesn't control the crossroads. He actually stole it from someone else for his own bidding. So.
And in my second book that I'm writing right now, it's called When the Watchers Woke, and it's based around the Book of Enoch, which I don't know if you know anything about that, but that's a book in the Bible that was actually banned because it actually talks about the reasons why God flooded the earth. And the Watchers are actually the celestial beings that came to earth and caused all of that chaos. And taking it back that far is taking it back to where all of the crossroads and deals with the devils and everything like that, all of that chaos is actually built before the devil's time from the Watchers.
gotcha.
So the devil is really just the middleman and everything in the books.
So what you could easily say is we get really fucking bored and start writing shit.
No, the Book of Enoch is cool. That was decanonized in 325 at the Council of Nicaea because they believed it to be Gnostic texts, which came out about 100 years, 40 to 100 years after the last canonized book of the Bible. Sorry, we're not talking religion. Sorry. You hit me on my nerd topic.
Nothing wrong with nerd
Well, I've
topics.
actually had to do a lot of research on the whole thing, the Book of Enoch and everything with writing the book. I wanted whatever I put in it to be accurate. So I've been doing a lot of research with it and watching a lot of different podcasts about it. And there's a lot of interesting stuff about it. I mean, when it was found, it was actually found, I think it was the Book of Psalms it was found with. And everything in the Book of Psalms that they found back then was completely accurate to what it is now. And they believe that the Book of Enoch, when they banned it, they excluded it from the Bible. They had it taken out. They think now that because it was found with the Book of Psalms and the Book of Psalms was accurate to date, that the Book of Enoch was accurate also.
I'm not caught up on that. The best person I can recommend is Dan McClellan. I don't know if you've seen any of his stuff. He has a lot of good stuff to say about that. He has a podcast, Data Over Dogma. I feel weird plugging another podcast while I'm on a podcast, but
Dude, we're all about knowledge and learning, so you're good.
Yeah. I mean, I watch a lot of podcasts, a lot of different ones, and I can't tell you all of them that I watch because there's so many different ones. Um, one of the main ones that I watch is Unsubscribed Podcast. I love watching those guys, but I watch a lot of different podcasts for musicians, um, some of the biblical stuff. I watch a lot of different things so that I can try to knowledge myself in things, especially with doing a lot of the writing that I'm doing, not just with writing books, but I'm a songwriter also. So I like having a variety of things that I can put into music too.
And I just watched Caleb Hammer to make myself feel better about my finances. Dude, some of the people on that show, it's ridiculous. But yeah, no, we will get your guys' stuff polished up once I get it from you, Glenn, for your band.
I appreciate you. Yeah, I didn't know if I should say the name of the band on here or not, so I'm not going to do that.
Kill Your Local Nazi. There you go. I did it for you.
Oh, hey, thanks. It's Kill Your Local Nazi. Yeah.
Yeah, I found your guys' SoundCloud on here, but I can't download the songs to grab them, so I was gonna try.
That's fine. Nobody needs to hear it yet.
I need to hear it so that way I can see what you need me to change on it.
Oh, you do. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's
I
some
appreciate
other
you.
stuff in history that I've watched podcasts about is the Nazis and Hitler and stuff like that. Because there's been a lot of new information to come out just in the past year about a lot of the stuff that happened back then. New evidence that shows that Hitler didn't die when they said he did. That uh, he actually lived to be about 65 years old and had kids and everything.
Yeah, news to me. I had not heard that.
Yeah, there's new evidence, pictures and everything showing. Where was it that he went to, Harrison? I can't remember it right off the top of my head.
They believe a lot of the Nazis fled to Argentina, and
Yeah.
there are all white communities in Argentina that have Nazi history.
I have heard that.
They believe he fled there and went under a different assumed name and lived out his days out in Argentina. Wild concept that people that hate on certain races would go somewhere else, but
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Well, all
dive
the
into
action.
a lot of conspiracy theories. I like watching a lot of the podcasts and stuff that have to do with different conspiracy theories.
Oh, sorry. Um, yeah, I know nothing about conspiracy theories. 9/11 was an inside job. I know that one.
Yeah. Yep. I've dove into that one quite a few times. There's so many different points of view and so much evidence that points in different directions, and other things. Musicians, suicides. New evidence saying that Kurt Cobain didn't
Kurt
kill
Cobain
himself.
didn't kill himself. Yeah, I just saw that too.
And I've been saying it ever since it happened. Courtney Love killed
Courtney
him.
Love. Yeah. No, I'm with you on that one.
Yeah, but there was that, and then the stuff about Chris Cornell and Chester Bennington about the project that they were working on, and how a bunch of them they wound up dead, suicide, but they were in the middle of a project that if they had finished, and I think it was about Epstein Island. But if they had finished the project, it was going to bring a lot of stuff to life, and then all of a sudden they just wound up dead.
Oh shit. I had not heard any of that.
Different conspiracy theories. I dive into a lot of different things. I get bored really easy. I'm ADD.
Oh
So
yeah.
I have to
Yeah,
have something to keep my mind going. And actually, when I got into writing the book, that really kept my mind going. And I was spending like 36 to 48 hours awake and then sleeping for 12 hours and then up for 36 to 48 hours and then sleeping for 12 hours. And that was my sleep schedule.
God
And
bless.
I'm just now getting back into a decent sleep habit where I'm going to bed around 9 o'clock at night, in between 9 and 10, and I'm getting up at about 6 o'clock in the morning. But it has taken me months to get back into a sleep schedule because with my mind working as much as it was, I couldn't go to sleep. My mind was just, it wouldn't shut off.
See, is whereas I just run on 4 hours of sleep a day and I'm good.
I if I don't get my 8 hours, I'm not okay, man.
I'll probably go to bed around midnight tonight. First time I wake up, probably around 4. Go back to bed for a little bit, wake up at 6, go to work.
Jesus.
Been that way for years.
I used to be able to do that.
Hmm?
I used to be able to do that.
My body's just so used to it. Like if I get up and then I sit in the chair, I fall asleep in the chair for the rest of the day. I'm done. I have to be up and
Yeah.
moving, otherwise my body's like, oh look, we're not moving. Sleep.
When I
I
was
think
in
I
my
was
20s, uh, and even in my early 30s, I spent a lot of times in bars. I was telling you about how I was a musician. I did DJing, pool events, stuff like that. I would close the bar down 2 o'clock in the morning, get home 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning, go to sleep for a couple of hours, 5 o'clock in the morning, get back up, be sitting on the steps at 6 o'clock in the morning, still drunk sometimes because I didn't get home from the bar until 3 o'clock in the morning and had to be up by 5 to go to work. And I'd be sitting there, and at that point in time, I had gone to work with my dad. And I remember one time, him and I had gone to the bar the night before. We drank, he left, I stayed. And I closed the bar down, and then I stumbled home. And because the bar was close enough to walk to from where I lived at in Virginia Beach at the time. And I walked home and went in the house, went to sleep, got up, went to work the next morning. I was sitting on the steps, and the company we were working for, they were like, "You're going to work with your dad today because he needs some help on what he's doing." And my dad was not as skilled in construction as I was. The company had actually agreed to hire me because of my skill level in construction. I had already owned my own business. So they hired me on and told me that a lot of times I was going to work with my dad to be his teacher. So it was one of the things in my life I was kind of proud of is I got to teach my dad how to do something. Um, but I remember going to work with him and I was so hungover and we were having to be up on a roof. And when we got done and got off the roof, he was loading the ladder up and looked over at me and he said, "If you ever fucking come to work that hungover again, I will fire you myself." Good times. But my dad, he was a drinker my entire life, my entire existence that I can remember. My dad has been a drinker, and he had quit drinking. I, I think it was hard liquor. He quit drinking several months ago, and he was still drinking beer. But then he had a heart attack a couple months ago. And once he had his heart attack, he decided he wasn't going to drink anymore. So he's completely quit drinking now because he had to have a heart stent put in after his heart attack. But he just turned 70 in April. So he's getting up there in age also.
Was he able to just quit, or did he have a hard time quitting?
He was able to just quit.
Man, So I have I have a buddy who drank about as hard as I did for a while, for many, many years, and he developed gout because of it. And the doctor said you can't drink anymore. He said, okay. He just fucking quit drinking, just like you were saying. He just quit drinking. He's fine, no problems. Like I quit drinking. I had to spend 3 months trying not to kill myself. I had withdrawals. Like I was like this for a while because I was in withdrawal. And this dude just fucking no, I quit. I'm good. I'm done.
Well, when I
Like
tell you that I
motherfucker.
used to drink a lot, uh, this is how I used to drink. I would get off of work and I would buy a 20 pack and go home and I would drink that 20 pack. And then I would go to the bar and I would take shots and drink beer while I was at the bar. And then I'd come home, I'd have a nightcap and I'd go to sleep. Then I'd get up in the morning, I'd go to work. And I drank like that for years. And even 3 years ago, I was going through a bottle of whiskey a week and a case of beer a week. And that was how I drank. And I was just able to say, I don't need to drink.
Yeah,
Never had any withdrawals from alcohol or anything.
that's so that yeah, that's something you know, uh I'm just gonna say AA is good for a lot of people. Um I particularly don't get a whole lot out of it, but I have nothing bad to say about it. Something that they talk about in AA a lot is that it's like alcoholism is an allergy to alcohol. Not in the sense of like, you sneeze or get hives or throw up, but it's that some people have a unique response to it.
Yeah.
So the whole idea of like if you're able to stop like that, like my buddy who got gout or your dad or you, I could not stop. I went to my sister's wedding and got so drunk that I threw up all over the table in front of me and passed out in it. And I I drank as soon as I woke up. I started drinking again.
I had a
There
guy
were
that worked
times.
for me. I had a guy that worked for me. He was the same way. From the time he got up, he
Mhm,
would meet me here at my house for work, and he would show up with a Mike's Harder, a double deuce, and he would have two of them, and he would drink those for breakfast, go to work. He'd pick up more for lunch and put it in a big gulp cup, and he was a functioning alcoholic. But
mhm.
if he did not have his alcohol when he woke up in the morning and showed up at my house, he was puking when he got here.
Yeah, yeah, that's how I was. I about if I went in at like 6 a.m., about 1 p.m., I would literally be like this trying to work. For anybody
Yep.
who's listening on the radio, I was shaking quite aggressively.
Yeah, he was the same way. If we were working somewhere where he could go buy a drink, if we were uh, back down an old dirt country road and we were several miles away from any type of store and he didn't have anything in the cooler with him, he would be shaking at work until we left for him to go get a drink.
Yeah. No, it's just yeah, it's when people are like, "Well, can't you just quit?" I quit. It's like, yeah, a lot of people can, but it like the idea like what you were talking about earlier is now you have like one beer. The idea of having one beer to me makes no sense. I don't understand how that happens. How do you have one beer? Like if I have one beer, I'm gonna drink until I don't have any more. You know?
One beer turns into
And
two beers, turns into four beers, turns into eight beers.
yeah, I do not have the capacity to stop. And that's
Yeah.
why like I've talked to people and they're like, "Oh, hopefully someday you'll be able to find like, moderation." Like, no, I cannot have moderation. It's like I could not smoke 2 cigarettes. I would smoke 2 packs and then 2 packs and then 2 packs, you know? Like social drinkers, social smokers, like it does not compute with me.
Yeah. And I understand the addiction part of it because, like I said, I've known people that I've seen them shake from not having alcohol.
Mhm.
And I know that some people can have that addiction. But for me, I've never had to go through that because I never had an addiction to it. So I understand it, but I don't know what it's like.
Hmm. It's scary. It's all encompassing.
Yeah.
Like I
And I've
couldn't.
known people that were the same way. They can't just have one beer. It's like having one potato chip.
Yeah.
It just have one.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
But I've always been the type where I could drink one beer and be fine with it, but I enjoy the taste of beer. I don't drink it to get drunk or get a buzz or anything like that. I actually prefer to drink craft beer.
Yeah.
I will go to places that will craft beer and buy beer from them, and where it'll cost me $8 for one bottle of beer, where I know I could go to the grocery store and buy a 6 pack for $7 or $8. I would rather drink something that is crafted, something that somebody put their time into, instead of something that was mass produced.
Yeah.
There's a lot more flavor in it, also. You get the fullness of the flavor of a beer. I'm the same way with coffee. I am a coffee connoisseur. I love uh, crafted coffee, coffee that is not like a mass produced coffee like Folgers or Maxwell
Hmm.
House. I think both of those coffees are shit. I would rather drink something that more time was put into it. I do like Black Rifle. Um, Death Wish coffee
Death Wish was
is
my go-to.
that will that'll have you seeing sound.
Before I quit
I,
caffeine, Death Wish coffee. That was what I went to every
I
day.
have a bag of Death Wish sitting on my kitchen table right now.
Yeah.
But with Death Wish, I actually have to do that where I do it half and half. I will take, instead of where I use 3 spoons of coffee to make a pot of coffee. Right now, I'm using a Keurig, so I put about a tablespoon worth of coffee into it. So I use half a tablespoon of Black Rifle, and then I'll do half a tablespoon of the Death Wish, and that way it's not full potency of the Death Wish because that shit is strong.
Yeah.
But we have reached our time on here today. Uh, it has been great having you on here, and I would love to have you back to talk some more. I've had a good time just having you on here, and I mean, we can just sit here and shoot the shit all night.
We've done it
Yeah.
several times. I looked
But
at the clock, and be like, "Fuck, I'm supposed to be up in 4 more hours."
No, but I appreciate the invite. This is a good time. I love being able to talk about what I do and getting some resources out there, and destigmatization is a big part of my existence right now and everything that I do. Destigmatizing addiction, destigmatizing mental health, um, destigmatizing being straight edge. A lot of people think, oh, you don't drink. What a, you know, put in put expletive here, but
yeah,
no, like I quit because I found out that it was an option. I had a friend who was sober, and I'm like, wait, you can do that? So I've had quite a few people come up to me and just be like, man, I tell you what, I haven't had a drink in 3 months because I saw that you didn't drink, and I saw how happy you were and how much fun you had, and I didn't think it was possible until I met you. And I'm not saying that to like boost myself, but just the idea of destigmatizing even sobriety.
yeah,
But so for the opportunity to come here and talk about that, I appreciate it very much. I appreciate what you guys do. I appreciate what you do for the music scene. Um, yeah, please keep it up. Can't wait to read your guys' books.
definitely. I will make sure you get a copy of it also.
Thank you.
And you have us here on Discord anytime you want to just shoot shit, hang out. If you're not doing anything, if we're on, pop in, send us a message. I'm always down to hop into chat and hang out. So as long as I'm at home and I'm not doing stuff with the kids, I have the kids every other week. So when I have them,
every night.
I try to go off and do things with them and try to do the dad thing and have some fun and make memories.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been great having you on here, and I do look forward to being able to speak with you again. And like I said, we could do this once a month, once every other month if you want to come back, and we'll just do a mental health day and just have that as a segment every so often,
That'd be great. Thank you.
just to keep the awareness.
Yeah. Yeah, I
All
appreciate
right,
that very
well,
much.
I am James Berry and joined with Harrison Gast and Glenn Mason. Glenn, it has been great having you on here today. Everybody, thank you for listening. If it wasn't for the fans and it wasn't for the bands, we wouldn't be here doing this. So it's all about y'all making it happen for us and us trying to make it happen for you. So y'all have a great night, and we will see you again soon. All right, I got Mike's killed on the radio station.
I'm gonna play at least the outro and then I'll kill Twitch. But no,
Right.
dude, it is amazing to see how far you've come, man. You've come a long way, and I'm proud of you.
Thank you. Seriously, thank you.
Yeah, hearing
Not
your
always
story,
easy, but
like you've been through some stuff, and for you to be where you are today after what you've been through and the part of the story that I heard, you're doing good things.
thank you. Yeah, it's not always easy, but I'm the person I am today. I can look in the mirror, and that's something I could never do before. So I appreciate you saying all that.
Yeah, that is important for you to be able to look at yourself in the mirror. Some people, they don't like the person that they see when they look in the mirror, and it is important. And I've told people for most of my life that I would consider me thinking about it. You have to be able to love yourself before you can let anybody else love you. Before you can love anybody else, you have to learn to love yourself first.
Yeah.
And being able to look in the mirror, that's a big part of that, being able to love yourself, because if you can't look at yourself in the mirror, you can't love yourself.
All right,
Yeah, absolutely.
everybody wave bye to Twitch. See you
Bye,
guys.
Twitch.
Bye,
Thank
Twitch.
y'all for joining us tonight.